Good evening, everyone. So good to see you all here tonight. We're going to go ahead and get the meeting started. So I, Jacqueline Colton, President of the Duncanville ISD School Board of Trustees, call this meeting of the Duncanville ISD School District to order. Let the record show that there is a quorum of trustees present tonight, that the meeting has been duly called, and notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. Trustee Vice President Vera Cruz will now lead us in the invocation as we start the opening ceremonies.
Thank you, Madam President. Please join me for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, as we begin this new year, we ask for wisdom in our decisions, compassion in our discussions, and unity in our work. Guide us to serve our students, families, and staff with integrity and care. May our efforts promote learning, safety, and hope for all. Lord, strengthen our partnerships with families and the community that we serve, all in your purpose. We ask these things in his name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Trustee Vera Cruz. So I will now turn the meeting over to Ms. Avila, who will introduce our wonderful students who are leading us in the pledges tonight.
Hello and good evening, Madam President, trustees, and Dr. Gorey. So tonight we have students from Fair Meadows Elementary who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Students, please face our trustees and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Juliet Vargas. I'm in 3rd grade and I go to Fair Meadows Elementary.
Hi, my name is Alexia Mendez. I am in 4th grade and I go to the Fair Meadows School.
Hi, my name is Andrea Hernandez and I'm in 4th grade and I go to Fair Meadows Elementary School.
Hi, my name is Alejandra Leon and I'm in 5th grade and I go to Fair Meadows Elementary.
Hi, my name is Sofia Felix. I go to 5th grade and I'm in Fair Meadows Elementary.
My name is Kaden Washington. I'm in 3rd grade and I go to Fair Meadows Elementary.
Hello, my name is Angel Laguna. I am in 4th grade and I go to Fair Meadows Elementary.
Thank you, students. Everyone, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Everyone may be seated. Trustees, can you please remain standing for a quick group photo? Students, if I can have you come turn to the front, face me, and we're going to take a quick group photo.
And everybody right here, big smiles, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, students.
Wow. Great job. Thank you, Ms. Avila and students. Great job. We will now move on to the superintendent's report, and I turn the meeting over to Dr. Gorey.
Thank you very much. That's a little better. Thank you, Madam President and other trustees. It is certainly my pleasure to present the superintendent's report for this January board meeting. I'd like to start off by stating that this month, January, is School Board Recognition Month. January is School Board Recognition Month, and today I would like to recognize our outstanding Board of Trustees who serve with me each day. I want to thank them for their dedication and commitment to Duncanville ISD. This year's theme, Our Future is Public, reflects the vital role that each of you play in strengthening our public schools, our workforce, and ultimately our community. Thank you for choosing to serve. UIL 6A D1 State Championship. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our Panthers football team in competing in the UIL 6A Division I State Championship game. We're incredibly proud of these young men, their coaches, and everyone who contributed to this remarkable championship run. It certainly was fun watching them go all the way to the state championship game. Congratulations to our football program. 2026 District DECA Championships. Congratulations to our Duncanville High School DECA students who competed in the 2026 District DECA competition events. Under the leadership of Dr. Michelle Williams and Dr. Swanda Smith, our students represented Duncanville High School with an exceptional professionalism and sense of pride. 17 students have advanced to the 2026 State DECA competition events taking place February 19th through 21st of 2026, where they will compete for a chance to advance to nationals. Way to go, Panthers. Congratulations to those students. And last, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite everyone, more specifically and intentionally our families and community members, to attend the Champions Choice School Shopping event on Saturday, March 28th from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock p.m. at Duncanville High School. This event will feature booths from our choice and signature programs across the districts, students' performances, kids' activities, and more. To learn more about this event, I encourage you to visit the Duncanville ISD website at duncanvilleisd.org/choice. If you attended this event last year, you'll certainly put this on your calendar, as it is a super fun event for our families and our community to come out to see the wonderful choice opportunities that we have within our school system. Thank you very much, Madam President and other trustees. That does conclude our superintendent's report for this month.
Thank you, Dr. Goree. We will now move to recognitions, and I will turn the meeting over to Ms. Vila.
Once again, good evening, Madam President, trustees, and Dr. Goree. I'd like to report that there are no donations for the month of January, but we will move on into our recognition portion of this meeting. So as you know, January is School Board Recognition Month, and to celebrate our trustees and to thank them for their tireless service, we are pleased to share two special performances by Duncanville High School students. First, we are honored to welcome DH High School sophomore Destiny Davis, who will recite an original poem she wrote especially for our trustees. Destiny, please come on up.
Hi, my name is Destiny, and today I'm going to present you a poem I wrote titled As an Ordinary Student. As an ordinary student, I worry about homework and deadlines. I rush through the halls just trying to make it on class on time. As an ordinary student, I'm still trying to figure out who I am and who I want to become. But at Duncanville High School, being an ordinary student comes with extraordinary opportunities. As an ordinary student, I am challenged by my AP classes that push me to think and aim for a higher future. As an ordinary student, I'm in band, learning discipline, teamwork, and confidence. These opportunities don't take away from my ordinary life, they strengthen it. They turn everyday moments into preparation for the future. And that future doesn't just happen by convenience. It happens because of our Board of Trustees who choose to invest in the lives of ordinary students. They invest time to make decisions about the halls I walk down every day, our safety, our futures. As an ordinary student who was given the chance to experience a school district so extraordinary, thank you, Board of Trustees, for the time and care and commitment you give, because my future might not be so ordinary.
Wow.
Destiny.
Yes, thank you so
you,
much,
Destiny.
Destiny, and thank
That
you,
was-
Destiny's mom, for bringing her out and encouraging her.
Yes, that was
That was
wonderful.
wonderful. Trustees, we're going to
wonderful.
move on to our second surprise. So I am happy to welcome, please join me in welcoming the Duncanville High School Band Saxophone Ensemble for a special performance. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, students. Before y'all head out, we want to take a group photo. And we're going to bring Destiny back on up as well. And trustees, if you could please stand in your spots so we can take a photo. Once again, y'all, round of applause for these amazing performances. We love being able to showcase our talented students.
She in the middle, and we do two and two. And 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Trustees, I'd also like to point out that the posters in the boardroom are from our campuses. So we reached out to all of our campuses. We asked their art teachers to please get some students to do some fun, creative, beautiful posters so we could display for the month of January, just to thank you and to recognize you. So please, whenever you have a moment after the meeting, go ahead and take some photos, read through them. We are just so grateful to have you all here with us, and we're thankful for your leadership. And that concludes this portion of the meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you all so very much. Thank you, Miss Destiny. Thank you for the ensemble. All the beautiful posters, we're just overwhelmed. And it is truly our pleasure to serve this district. It's my pleasure to serve with each and every trustee. They're all very special and hold a very special place in my heart. But we all have the same focus. We love the students and the staff of Duncanville ISD, and our goal is that all will excel academically, in every way, on the football field, in the band, concerts, in, oratorical contests. We just want each one to live up to their highest potential. So thank you. They're no ordinary students. So yes, they're extraordinary to us. So with that, I know that we have other trustees who might want to share a word this evening. And I know that Trustee Phillips has shared that she would like to make comments.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay. I just have a few words that I want to share about our coat drive. I wasn't here last month, but I just want to give an update and just share some words. Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Goree, I would like to take a moment to sincerely thank everyone who has supported our annual coat drive in partnership with our Duncanville ISD Angel Tree over the past 8 years. We began this initiative in 2018 by partnering with more than 20 local businesses, and when COVID required us to pivot, we moved to an online fundraising model through our partnership with Operation Warm. Because of our community's generosity and adaptability, we have been able to provide nearly 900 coats and slightly over 100 pairs of shoes to our students in need. And I want to offer a special thank you to our Duncanville ISD family, our community partners, friends, family, and members of the Board of Trustees for your continued support and leadership. This is a powerful example of what we can accomplish when a community comes together. Excuse me, y'all. This is a powerful example of what we can accomplish when a community comes together for its children. Thank you all for your generosity, your time, your leadership, and your heart for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Phillips. Are there any other comments from trustees? If not, we will. Oh, we have a birthday. Wow, Dr. Flowers, happy birthday. Yes, that's great. And you're sharing it with us. Yes. Okay, if there isn't anything else, we will now move to conduct a public hearing on the 2025 District Annual Texas Academic Performance Report, or better known as the TAPER. And the presenter is Dr. Nix.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gree, and happy birthday, Dr. Flowers. Tonight I will be presenting the Texas Academic Performance Report, commonly referred to as the TAPER. As we know that this is an annual report that we are required to give within 90 days of receiving the TAPER. We received our TAPER December the 19th, the day before we went on break. And so it's important to note that the TAPER is a descriptive report, not a rating system. It compiles data from multiple sources in multiple years, including STAR performance, graduation rates, CCMR indicators, and student group outcomes. TAPER does not provide direct accountability labels. And much of the data reflected in the TAPER report is outcomes from previous school years. This is lag data. And some of the data is from multiple years ago. And so that's just, it's important to note that. As a result, TAPER should be reviewed as a historical snapshot that informs our current and future strategies, rather than a real-time performance report. So here on slide 1, you'll see that this is the TAPER report process that we're going through. They get the information from PEAMS. Of course, it's communicated out through the Texas Education Agency, and it's given to the districts in 2 ways. They post it on the website for everyone to see. And then, of course, they provide the campus principals and the district with PDF with more intricate data per student to look at. So those are the 2 ways that the data is provided to a district. I want to pause here just to make the board aware that we are required, and we have, as of now, updated the TAPER report to not only our district website, but to also every campus website. So all of the information is posted on each campus and district websites. What you see here, board, is the cover page for the 24-25 TAPER report that was released. If you notice, you'll see 2 things that stand out to me anyway, and that's that the district score is a C, and that for 2025 special education determination status is needs intervention. You get that needs intervention status once a district reflects that 1 or more state performance indicators was not met. So I want to just communicate that here in Duncanville ISD, I'm proud to present that all of the metrics for our special education department were met in terms of our processes and our procedures. So for example, there was nothing that was procedural. For example, how we conduct our ARDs, our constitutions, our processes, all of those things met standard. The reality is that everything that we're doing for our general ed students pertains to our special education students, and our students just have to perform. And so the indicator that wasn't met was performance. And so we have been working diligently on just making sure all students, not just special education, but have what they need to perform. So that's the indicator that has to continue to improve. Here is a slide that this chart is based on the TAPER information released in December, and it simply indicates where we fail in relation to several of our surrounding districts. As you can see here, our student demographic data, which has remained pretty much consistent for the past 3 years. In addition, we see our economically disadvantaged populations at 78.1%. And just to be clear, these are families that qualify for free and reduced lunch. As well as we see our at-risk population is very high. These are state-defined criteria to show if a student is more likely to struggle. This is what at-risk means. The state defines at-risk as a student who's maybe failing a class, or a student who has chronic absences, or a student who's overaged, or a student who's economically disadvantaged. And what the state says is that this student is at risk of not graduating on time. So as you can see, our at-risk and economically population are quite high. For the 24-25 STAR performance data, here we see that our performance for all grades and all subjects in comparison to the state and the region relating to approaches, to meets, and to masters. And the qualification there is just to make sure that we're clear about, you know, did not meet is not on here, but when a student has did not meet, that means that they did not meet the criteria for the test. Approaches means that they passed the test, but the state looks at the meets level. Meets meaning you're on grade level, okay? The state looks at the meets level for calculation when it comes to domains 1, 2, things of that nature. Approaches is a part of the accountability system for some of the domains, but where we want is our students at grade level. Students can get at approaches, but that's not what we're looking at. We don't want to approach the grade level. We want them learning on grade level. And then, of course, when you have masters, that means that students are mastering the content. They can move on without a lot of intervention. They're going to be fine. That's where we want to see our students, in that meets and masters category. For this slide, you'll see a breakdown of our star performance broken down by content area and performance level in comparison to the state and to the region. It's a high-level overview of kind of where we sit in each of those categories. For graduation rate, this is a breakdown. It's important to remember that this is lag data. All this data is lag data, if you will, meaning that it has already occurred, which tells us how students performed in the past. It looks backwards and shows results after the learning has already happened, such as graduation rates, things of that nature. Our graduation rate is, as you can see, on par with the state. When you see that Texas CHSE, I just want to be clear that that means that that's the Texas Certificate High School equivalency, much like a GED, okay? And so our students who dropped out, our graduates and our graduates and continuers, what really helps us here is pace, to make sure that we capture all of our students and that our graduation rate continues to climb. This shows our CCMR College Ready. The Texas Success Initiative is a program that helps determine whether a student is ready for college-level coursework in reading, in writing, and in math. And then you can see there we have the AP IB. We don't offer IB in our district right now, so AP is, of course, is advanced placement, criteria in any subject, and our associate's degrees, and how we as a district compare to both to the state and to the region. And then it has a multi-year comparison there. In addition to academics, the TAPER report also includes a PEIMS financial standards report. The TAPER report includes the 2023-2024 actual financial data. The financial data in the TAPER report is 1 year behind the current fiscal year, and this includes revenues and expenditures for the school district, disbursements, tax rates, and the fund balance. There's a link on all of our systems for our stakeholders to access to view that report as is required by the state. And just as a reminder to the board approved the annual financial report that's being presented to the TAPER for the 23-24 school year during the board meeting on November the 18th, 2024. Once again, this is a requirement. This has already been approved and vetted by the board. The final component is a report of violent or criminal incidents. And as you can see, for a multi-year trend, there where we are falling. For the exhibit or use possess a firearm, you see that for the 24-25 school year, there were 3 incidents. Now, looking into this, we have determined, well, I have researched that this was 1 incident with 3 students for that particular year. When we go to use, exhibit, or possess a prohibited weapon, that was 1 incident. That occurred within 300 feet of one of our campuses. So the way that works, it's on campus. Aggravated assault on a school employee, 0 there. Aggravated assault on a student, we had 1 incident. Felony controlled substance violation, there was 1 incident there. Aggravated robbery, 0. Deadly conduct, 0 for, and then arson. Of course, there are not any situations there. Board, as required, we have just shared the TAPER report. for the public hearing, and it is my pleasure to answer any question that I may answer. And if I'm not able to answer, I'll have to shift over, whether it's PEAMS or something, to one of my colleagues to help me to answer. So it's my pleasure to answer any question that you may have at this time.
Are there any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Nix, will you go back to slide 23, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I wanted to say a couple of things for clarity, because I think the approaches, the sentence that's next to approaches, can be a little misleading.
Please.
With approaches, yes, the state considers that passing, but what that also means is this student has several gaps and needs a tier 3 intervention to be successful in that next class. So it's not like having a C and you understand and pretty solid. The students, the percent of students that we have in approaches, they have several gaps, and they will not, are not likely to pass the next class without intervention. So
Thank you for that clarity, Dr. Flowers. Absolutely correct. 100%.
Yes.
Yes.
So I just don't want us to think that we're 60% is the state minimum for passing, but that doesn't really describe those students, that group of students.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my understanding is approaches means not on grade level. You're at least one grade level behind.
At least.
At least.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and you could be up to 2 grade levels. And to Dr. Flowers' point, one of the reasons why the state is looking at, at meets instead of approaches, to Dr. Flowers' point, the state is saying if you're at approaches, you're going to require a certain level of intervention. And the more students that we have that require that intensive intervention, it takes away opportunities for that student. It really creates an environment for us where we have to create all these intervention periods, intervention times, and we have to have, all the intervention support at the campuses, which is not a problem. But the more that we have to do that, the more it takes away from that tier 1 quality instruction opportunity. And that's where we're trying to get. We want our students to get it right the first time. And we want our quality instruction to be focused on that first time instruction. What we hate to do is limit students' opportunities for all kind of things because we have to, because of the interventions. They're there, we support them, but that should not drive our instruction.
One thing I'd like to add to that too, though, and to support the comments made, is that even when you look at our district improvement plans, we design all of our goals around METS standard, because again, our goal is for all of our students to be on grade level. And that's pretty much, if you look at the work that we're doing, even in our most struggling schools, that tier 1 instruction, that first teach, has been our primary focus in what we've looked at. And you'll see that as we start to look at our preliminary benchmark data as well.
Yes.
When was the last time we had a special education audit?
We were audited this year. It was this year. For RDA, we were audited this year, and just at the end of last year, we were visited by TEA for an actual site visit audit for our special education.
Okay.
Dr. Gary and myself was a part of that at the ending of last year to tie into action steps for the beginning of this year. So that's why I said this year. TEA actually came, visited, and worked with us on our strategic plan to not only meet the needs intervention challenge, but also our outcome-focused measures for SPED. So that was very recent.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any other questions or comments from trustees? Okay, are there any public comments on the 2025 district annual Texas Academic Performance Report. Okay, so we do not have any public comments and the hearing has ended. We will now move to communication from citizens. Okay, so, good. So, we do not have any communications from the citizens. We will now adjourn to closed session under the Texas Open Meetings Act, Sections 551.071, 551.074, to deliberate on the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, deliberate on the annual superintendent evaluation and superintendent contract, and consult with board counsel on any subjects or matters authorized by law, including any matter listed on this notice agenda. Okay, should final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken once the open meeting covered by this notice reconvenes or at a subsequent meeting of the board. So we are now adjourned to closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We are back from closed session and we'll continue with our agenda item. We will now move to take action on items from closed session. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation that we hire and issue a one-year contract to Jeremy Greco for the position of director?
So moved.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second, and that is for Director of Transportation. Are there any questions, comments, or discussion? There being none, please cast your vote electronically. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation that we hire and issue a one-year contract to Shona Pumphrey for the position of Chief Financial Officer?
So moved.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are there any questions, comments, or discussion? There being none, please cast your vote electronically. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We will now move to the consent agenda. A trustee has requested that items 8D, Clint Q. Smith Early Learning Academy, change order number 1, and item 8E, approval of purchase over $50,000, be moved from the consent agenda to the action agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 8A, 8B, and 8C?
So moved.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second that consent item agenda numbers 8A, 8B, and 8C be approved. Are there any questions, comments, or discussion? There being none, please cast your vote. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, we will now move to agenda item B.
Shouldn't we discuss 8D and E before going to the regular?
Yes, ma'am, we can do that. I was going to consider them after we had talked about the others, but we could take 8D. So is there, I guess, Ms. Amora? Okay.
Good evening, President Colton, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gorey. So in accordance with the Board Policy CV and legal and local, construction contracts with change orders valued at $50,000 or above shall require board approval. So in August 2025, you all approved, the board authorized the district to enter an agreement with Nash Industries for the renovations at Clint Q. Smith Early Learning Academy. And tonight we're coming with a change request to the original contract by a cost not to exceed $700,000. The change order will address unforeseen conditions, additional needed abatement that we discovered during demo, interior sanitary sewer replacement, renovations to sanitary sewer requested by the city, additional demolition of interior walls due to deteriorating conditions, and exterior building upgrades due to the existing conditions of inadequate weather protection. This is to meet energy code compliance for the exterior building envelope. Even with this additional cost of $700,000, the Smith Elementary is still $3 million under its estimated renovated budget. Therefore, we're recommending the board take possible action to approve change order request number 1 for Clint Q. Smith Early Learning Academy. Please let me know if you have any questions. Also here tonight is our architect from Huckabee, Elisa Camacho, and our bond management company, LEN.
Okay, are there any questions, trustees, on this item? Okay, I have a question. Would you please provide additional information regarding the scope, the additional scope for this project?
Yes, I actually have to call our architect. And the $700,000, that is an estimate. We have estimates on some of the items, but not all. We believe the $700,000 will be the max we would need to cover all of those issues that we listed.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I'm gonna have Elisa Camacho from Huckabee explain some of the issues that we've encountered.
Good evening,
Good
trustee.
evening.
Sorry, the question was that, what is the additional scope?
Yes, the additional scope, like there's an additional asbestos abatement discovered during demolition. I guess if you can just provide more details regarding, each of the 5 items that you've mentioned.
Yeah, so for the additional abatement, I will ask Elaine to come over and explain that because Huckabee didn't handle the abatement part. For the interior sanitary sewer replacement, there were found like a lot of problems in the existing sanitary line. Also, the city, as part of the city comments, they requested a replacement of the existing sanitary line because they were aware of those problems. And the revision to the sanitary line requested by City of Duncanville, they also requested the upgrade. Currently, the existing sanitary line connection is 4 inches diameter, and now they requested to upgrade to 6 inches, the connection to the main city line. That's part of the scope. That was a city request. And demolition of interior doors. During the abatement process and the demolition, it was found that a lot of the walls that we thought that were in good shape and they were structurally sound, they were not. When they removed all the gypsum board, it was found that they didn't have any bracing. They were built on top of carpet. So we have to make the decision to demolish all of the existing CMU walls that were planned to remain initially. And then the 4th one, okay, so the exterior building upgrades. So as part of the scope, we didn't have any upgrades on the exterior, and when they took all the interior walls covering the building envelope, it was found that a lot of the area behind the fascia, metal fascia of that building didn't have any weather protection. So we need to not only bring that to code, but for the building performance, it needs to be replaced. That's part of the scope. Yeah. And Elaine can talk about it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening.
President Colton, the board members, Dr. Gorey. The abatement, we studied the abatement prior to the bid. We investigated as much as we could go and take the walls down and do sampling. But there are some areas which were hidden behind and we couldn't get into those. So once those were uncovered, we discovered additional abatement. They were tested and they were in. So that's the surprise we got on the abatement. And once we know that it is, we have to do it. We don't have a choice. Contractor is already there. We had budgeted some amount, but it's above and beyond, and that's the reason we're asking for more funds.
So the The 700,000, is that the contractor's estimate, or does it have a little
This has some-
contingency?
It has some contingency built in, but it is an estimate at this time, including all those items that we have mentioned. We are confident that this will cover, and that's the reason we're coming one time. We're not making 5 different trips. So these are unforeseen conditions that we encountered. Some of the city items that the architect mentioned, we discussed during the design phase. And they said it's okay, but then when we went to the final detail, oh, change this from 4 to 6, change this to do this. It's for the betterment, for the campus, and some of the existing lines back designed 10 months ago when we do that, they didn't have all these configured. So they are also city is also making some changes to accommodate this new line. The sanitary line has been an issue. From the maintenance records we got for the last 15, 20 years. So this has been an ongoing issue that we need to fix it. So once you fix the line, you fix the connection, and you do everything, as you know. So it involves a lot of items, but by the time we are done, there's a lot of things happen. The fascia, the architect talked about it, didn't have any waterproofing, didn't have anything. So it's not like the previous regime didn't follow. Some of the details didn't follow 25 years ago, 30 years ago. We have no idea, but again, these things were on the drawing, but not physically there. So I don't know, we don't know what happened, but we are making sure once we find out, we have to make it to the current code and the energy requirements to this. That's the added cost for all this.
Also for the performance of the building itself.
Overall,
So
yeah.
when they took a lot of the partitions as part of the
Do you
abatement
mind stepping towards?
Oh,
the-
sorry,
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
Yeah, when they demolished a lot of the existing partitions, so we also realized that there was a lot of water intrusion because it didn't have water protection. So some of the exterior framing has to be replaced as well. And that's embedded as part of the scope. Yeah. Any other questions?
Okay, are there any other questions? So, I guess construction is gonna be complete when?
It's still, we're still predicting to finish by end of July. It'll take a little bit longer. So yes, the original schedule has moved a little bit forward, but it's still to open in August for the school. So we're still targeted for that. We're expediting few things, and we're working in phases. We're doing some abatement here while the construction is going on here. So we're doing multiple activities are happening at the same time.
Okay, and then I know that you all are, cutting costs or, as much as you can on our behalf as far as, these projects are concerned.
Yeah, this project came under budget before, so we are still under budget, but we're making sure that the building is built properly to the current codes and we don't have any issues in the future 25 years. And that's the intent, to make sure that these are all sound buildings.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, there being no further questions, can I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the change order number 1 for the Clint Q. Smith Early Learning Academy.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, it's been properly moved in second that we approved change order number 1 for Clint Q. Smith Early Learning Academy. Would you please cast your vote electronically? Okay, motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you all very much. Okay, item 8E, approval of purchases over 50,000. Mr. Graham and Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott is the Director of Purchasing.
Oh, okay, and he's not.
Standing in place of the CFO.
Oh, okay.
Madam President, to all trustees, and to Dr. Goree, district policy mandates that all purchases that exceed $50,000 receive board approval to maintain transparency and fiscal responsibility. These purchases support a variety of programs and needs across the department. Each recommended purchase has been reviewed by the appropriate departments and adheres to the procurement standards. Today, we only have one item on the vendor list, and that's tutor by teacher, online tutoring for all elementary schools and one middle school at $144,000, $980, I'm sorry. All purchases will be made via the operating funds for Title I. At this time, if you have any specific questions about the program, I will bring up Dr. Nix about specific questions about the program.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, I do have some. So is this a new program?
This is a new contract, yes.
But it's not a new program.
Dr. Nix, you want to step up? It's actually a program that we utilized last year too. This is a new contract, but it is a program that the district utilized probably about this time last year to support some schools, quite frankly, where we need higher capacity support in the classroom. Dr. Nix, you want to speak to it, and I'll be happy to help you.
Thank you, absolutely. This is a program that we used and partnered with at the end of last year. As we know, once we got to the end of last year, these are title funds. So this is not local funds. These are not funds that'll hit our local budget. These are funds that have to be spent, and these are funds that are spent out of title funds for tutoring and intervention purposes. We used this company last year with 3 of our campuses. All 3 of those principals felt as though that had they had more time, had they had more quality instruction, that they would have seen even larger gains. So now you see more campuses wanting to partner. Actually, this company came to present to our principals at the beginning of the year. The limitations were just the funding, the Title I funding. So funds have been released. They now have the funds to do that, and that's what they're wanting to do to support some of the students with intervention now.
So how many campuses?
We had all elementaries and 1 middle school, I believe.
Okay, and then how can you provide additional information regarding, the operation of the program?
Absolutely, we can get that to the board. In terms of operation, how the program works or what that looks like, absolutely. I can share now, and if you need additional information, we can get it to you. Tutor by Teachers is a virtual program, and so they work with students one-on-one or in groups of about 5, groups of about 5, where there is an actual personal tutor virtually set for a group of students that works with them with specialized and individualized learning, knowing specifically where those kids are, specifically what they need to work on, and then in those small groups, ideally it's 3 times for 30 minutes per week. That's the ideal timeline that they would work with the cohorts. And so for each campus, it's no more than about 100 kids that they work with. So they're identified, and then it's online for those students.
So how is progress monitored?
Progress is monitored in several ways. First is a pre and post test. They pre-test the students with what they know prior to the intervention, to the learning, to the lessons, excuse my voice. And then, of course, after that, there's a post test to see if there was growth, intervention, things of learning, and things of that nature. There's also the MAP test that's used, looking at the beginning, middle, and end of the year, and then from the middle to the end of the year, trying to see if the TEKS and things that were covered, if there's a growth there. And then, of course, there's STAR, but that's a finality.
Okay, and so how do you know that, there is pre and post test, what frequency is that?
Every lesson.
Okay, every lesson, okay, oh, that's good.
Yes.
And then that way you know if they're getting the information or if you need to repeat something or?
Absolutely. There's no sense in moving on if they didn't get it.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
that's great, yeah.
One thing I'll add, though, is when we began the conversation last year around the tutor by teacher, this organization, this company, they recruit highly certified teachers, all certified teachers. And the conversation came last year as we approached the test and had concerns around really changing our modality of providing intervention to students. As we go into this year and as we look at our preliminary data, really looking at how can we be more intentional, quite frankly, with our teacher shortages that we face to make sure that we are putting high-quality certified teachers in front of our most fragile students as much as we can. And again, we're trying to get this started quicker this year. And again, because I agree with Dr. Nix in the respect that there's some limitations when we've received some title dollars, because technically we should have started this sooner, but we're trying to start this as soon as we can.
So the funding that we received last year, it was just for the end of the school?
You want to explain how those rollover funds work?
Absolutely, and thank you. So the funding that we received last year, our campuses, keep in mind we have a new person in position this year that is over our federal funding. Our campus had not used or allocated properly their title funds last year. So this time last year, they hadn't planned for the expenditures. They had a lot of money to spend, if you will. And so they had the funds to purchase. Well, that's not how that should work. Campuses should plan for the year, if you will. And at the semester, we have what's called rollover funds, funds that have not been used that the state still owes us. That's what we received. That's what the campuses will be spending on tutoring. They're going to be spending money. They were going to spend local funds on tutoring anyway. So the title fund, rollover funds, just came in at the perfect time to help with that.
I'd like to invite, I just had a conversation with Ms. Hernandez about the TEKs that we'd identified.
Oh, yes.
If you're comfortable with presenting that, Ms. Hernandez, would you please come and present that information around how we've been so specific as to identify exactly what they're going to work with our students on?
Happy to. So what we did this year was a couple of different things. We identified our lowest and high leverage TEKs. So these are the TEKs that we feel are power standards. So we do these 8 TEKs. We are most likely, and we're successful with them, we're most likely to move kids from do not meets to approaches, from approaches to meets, and from meets to masters. We're very strategic. We have 525 kids. We've identified the different groupings, so 525 kids in total, 5 per group. Each campus has anywhere between 10 to 21 groups, Bird being the largest. They have 21 groups because Bird is middle school and we have 4 subjects. We've identified the teachers. We will be doing this during wind time, so we're very specific about the time. Each campus has 30 minutes to 60 minutes, depending on how we use the wind time. So we've identified the wind time, the 3 days for each of the 7 campuses. Identified the time they're gonna push in, the mentor buddy that's going to be with the online person. So there's someone teaching maybe at the small group, the table, the main teacher's teaching at the table. 10 kids are doing their iReady pathway, and then the online with the 5 kids in the group. Then we identified the focus TEKs. I worked with teaching and learning with our math and reading, because we're only focused on math and reading for the elementaries, and we identified about 6 to 7, and it varies per grade level, 6 to 7 high leverage TEKs that they will only focus on. Because last year they were kind of using their program. We kind of got ahead of it this year, and we said, based on our data in Duncanville, this is what we need to be taught. So we're very strategic with that time. So we have it mapped out for every grade level and every subject. We have a spreadsheet that has every kid already grouped. So like we have our EB kids, we have our SPED kids that we want to work with, because RDA, SPED is our area, as you saw earlier, that Dr. Nix identified. So from the school leadership side, we wanted to pick certain kids that we know that just need some extra one-on-one time. So we have SPED kids, we have EB kids, and then we have, like Dr. Flowers was saying earlier, that approaches isn't working for us. How do we get them to meet? So really being specific with those groups that we really could get those 8 points on the table for us, and we can close those gaps. So it's very strategic, very student-driven. And this year, Dr. Nix's charge was, Hernandez, how are you gonna monitor it? So we picked the TEKS for them, which is why we didn't start a week ago, because we're starting February. Let me give you the dates, because I think you asked. February 2nd to April 6th. And the reason why, they need 3 weeks to do it, but also we identified our TEKS, unlike other districts. They have like a pre-written program. We want it to be very fine-tuned with what we were doing with kids, so it took us a little longer. We just didn't want them to give us the normal recipe. We wanted our Duncanville special recipe. So we asked them, hey, this is what our babies really need. Can you meet us there? So they're doing some programming for us. And we want to make sure when we start, we have the rooms, we have everything, we're rocking and rolling. I walk the spaces with our principals. We just want to make sure it's tighter this year, and we will be monitoring an exit ticket every week with those TEKS. So we'll be able to track, hey, we taught inferencing for all 3 grade levels. How are we doing on inferencing, which is one of the lowest TEKS that we want to target. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Did that help? Was that helpful?
That was very helpful, Mr. Hernandez. One thing, too, I'll add is that the company, because this is online and everything is itemized, they provide reports almost constantly around how the students are performing. So it's really can be very intentional about how we support students.
I appreciate the details and the information. Are there any additional questions or comments? Okay, there being none, can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Okay. It was properly moved in second that we approve item as presented for the purchase of online tutoring system for more than $50,000. Okay, are you ready to vote? Please cast your vote electronically. Okay. Did someone not vote, or did I not vote? Okay. Well, that vote passes unanimously. Thank you all. All right, so now we're going to the action item. Agenda B. To call the school board election for May 2nd, 2026 to elect trustees for places 4 and 5. Mr. Graham, thank you.
Good evening once again to our president, to all trustees, and to Dr. Goree. This item is to call the Duncanville ISD school board election for May the 2nd, 2026, for the purpose of electing trustees in places 4 and 5. As required by the Texas Education Code, the board must formally order the election to fill trustees' positions whose term expires. The action tonight ensures we remain in full compliance with state law and allows Dallas County Elections Department sufficient time to administer the election. The proposed election order includes the following components. The election date is Saturday, May the 2nd, 2026. Positions on the ballot are trustee place 4 and 5. Applications must be filed by February 13th, 2026 at 5 p.m. The early voting period is April 20th through April 28, 2026, including the required weekday and weekend voting dates. The dates and times are located on page 61 of your board book. At this time, the board president will authorize and execute the election order and any other required contract or documents on behalf of the board. If there are no further questions, the administration recommends approval of the order calling for the May 2nd, 2026 trustee election, including the early voting dates as authorized by the Dallas County Election Committee.
Do I have a motion that the trustee election be called as presented in the election order? Establishing the trustee election for May 2nd, 2026, and early voting for April 20th through April 28, 2026, with Dallas County Election Board conducting the election in all precincts. And the board president or designee be authorized to sign on behalf of the Board of Trustees.
So moved.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are there any questions, comments, or discussion? I do have a comment on the order of election. We need to correct it to say that an election is hereby ordered to be held on May 2nd, 2026 for the purpose of electing 2 school board trustees for a 3-year term. So we just need to make that change. Okay. Please cast your vote electronically. Okay, motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Next item on our agenda is action item C, 2025-26 Target Improvement Plans. Ms. Hernandez is the presenter.
Good evening, Board President Colton, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Gorey, and guests. Today, I present to you 2 additional target improvement plans for Central Elementary and Brandenburg Intermediate. I'm gonna apologize for my voice. I'm kind of losing it, but I think we'll make it. And happy Board Appreciation and happy birthday, Dr. Flowers. In alignment with board policy, AIG legal and TA guidelines, district and campus leaders had collaboratively developed, reviewed, and refined these target improvement plans to ensure strong alignment with the district improvement plan and our strategic priorities. These plans serve as a comprehensive framework to design and strengthen our educational and instructional systems, accelerate student achievement, and build sustainability through leadership capacity across our district. Today's plan intentionally reflects the unique context of Central Elementary and Brandenburg Intermediate. While both campuses are operating offline this school year, our students continue to be served across 4 campuses. Central Elementary students are primarily at Hardin Elementary, with a few sprinkled across our district, but predominantly at Hardin. Our Brandenburg Intermediate students are spread across our 3 campuses, Bird Middle School, Kennemer. I keep getting that one wrong. Kennemer. We were practicing early, apologize. Kennemer and Reed. Due to the unacceptable accountability ratings in 24-25 for Central and Brandenburg and the significant number of students, we are required to report a TIP plan for these campuses and track those students. TA requires us to submit a TIP plan, which I'm presenting tonight, to monitor and report the accountability data and the milestones for these 4 campuses with those specific students in mind. This monitoring that the state requires will provide high-quality instruction, will ensure that we provide high-quality instruction to all impacted students regardless of where they landed, and also maintains accountability status for all students that were previously enrolled in these 2 campuses. The TIP strategies presented tonight specifically address how we're ensuring quality Tier 1 instruction at the 4 campuses. Again, these 4 campuses are not TIP campuses, but we're following the students that are on these campuses to ensure that they all receive quality tier instruction, targeted academic support, and a commitment from the district in supporting all kids who were previously were zoned to Central Elementary and Brandenburg and Intermediate. These plans demonstrate our unwavering commitment and consistency to ensuring every student, regardless of where the campus they land, receives high-quality instruction, strong leadership, and meaningful learning opportunities. So that's the context. So tonight, in compliance with Board Policy AG Legal, these following campuses have been identified as unacceptable for 2 consecutive years by TEA, and we are required to submit a turnaround plan, a target improvement plan, and for this purposes is a target improvement plan for Central and Brandenburg. This slide identifies the specific students TEA will be asking us to track. That's about 253 students at Hardin Elementary, 52 students at Byrd Middle School, 66 students at Reed Middle School, and 43 kids at Kennemer. Did I say it right? Kennemer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So a total of 161. So we will be tracking these kids. I'll be working closely with Dr. Wyatt as the other deputy chief as we pull data every time we benchmark. What's really, really great is that Dr. Wyatt have been working in partnership throughout the year. So many of the things you're gonna hear, we presented last time at the November board meeting, and we're working very closely. The things that we're doing for school improvement is very similar to the things we're doing with non-school improvement, because good instruction is good instruction. Good tier 1 leadership is good tier 1 leadership, and we're trying to ensure that quality is at every campus and that every child receives that. With that in mind, our TIP plan aligns with the district and campus CIPs and strategic goals. The 4 district priorities, student academic success, student families and community, personnel and professional development, and physical stewardship, serve as our foundation of our work. Our school improvement plan outlines systems, structures, and instructional actions we will implement with consistency and fidelity across our campuses. In short, our plan consistently creates sustainability and impact across our district, providing a unified roadmap for supporting principals, coaching teachers, and accelerating student outcomes, regardless of where our students attend. All of our campuses are getting this. And I just wanted to lay out the 4 areas of the focus, because nothing's really changing from the November meeting. We're just really extending those same 4 key priorities to these schools. And again, we're already doing it at Byrd, because Byrd is a turnaround plan, so they have already a plan in place. So these kids have already been getting it specifically at Byrd, because Byrd is a turnaround campus, and everyone else has been getting it indirectly, because Dr. Wyatt and I, when we provide professional development, we do that together as a team, and it's district-wide. So we're all taking fault. Well, let me go through all of them. So number 1, foundation of leadership practices and systems. 2 of the main ones that we're doing within this focus area is building leadership structures and leadership capacity. And we do that through our principal meetings, our AP meetings, our professional development, and we're doing that to all kids, elementary and middle school. Then we're setting up strong progress monitoring systems, from the tutor by teachers that we just approved to professional development, to each campus having a data tracking system that not only monitors the campus data, but also each individual student, so that whether Dr. Wyatt's supervising them or I'm supervising them, we can talk to every student within Duncanville. Second, we're going into data-driven instructional practices. That monitoring kind of flows into our data-driven instructional practice and student cycles. We're doing fall and spring data conferences regardless, so won't add any additional burden to these 3 schools. We're already doing it regardless if the state asked for it. So it was a really easy conversation with Dr. Alexander, our TA, because we're already doing it for all campuses. We're making quality instruction our standard across all campuses. The third one is LASSO capacity building supports, and that really is our sustained ed partnership and building PLCs, making sure that our teachers are unpacking the standard and really understanding how do I deliver that tier 1 instruction and how do I do it quality the first round. So hopefully we don't have to do tier 2 and tier 3. If we deliver it the first time and our teachers understand how to do that, then we're building their capacity. Our partnership will continue. These schools already receive a 2 half days. A partnership with teaching and learning and sustain ed. And then last is our performance management site. So this is gonna look just a little bit different because again, these schools are not target improvement schools, but we're tracking the kids. So what that means with TA is that when I have those TA visits, I bring that data into our conversations. So I report out, okay, we had fall benchmarks besides the 7 schools I presented in November, I'll add where these kids are going. And we've pulled those students, we've started creating a tracker, and then we'll pull the data. I have a TA meeting with them later this week, and I'll get more information, but basically we're tracking that data for them and those milestones. So did you hold the spring conferences? Did you hold the data conferences? Is Dr. White and you walking to those campuses? And then I have to fill out some of those data. And so we have submitted that. And then making sure Dr. White and I are providing effective coaching cycles, that each of those schools and principals are receiving weekly coaching visits and feedback. So basically what we presented in November, a shorter version, we're extending our family out to those 4 schools. And then last but not least, I am presenting the TIP plan today. And with that, we have to outline 4 assurances. So as the DCSI, which is the District Coordinator for School Improvement, I assure that I have met and conducted a needs assessment and met the requirements in Section 39A.053 of the Texas Educational Code. As a DSI, I assured that we had a campus intervention team that created a public meeting, and those were held last week for all campuses, and that we involved campus members, campus leaders, and parents in this community meeting. It was a virtual. 3, as a DSI, I assured that all written notice of public meetings were posted on our school website. In fact, you can go there today and you'll see Central and Brandenburg, and we've received a good amount of feedback that we will be uploading to TA. And then last, once you guys approve tonight, I will submit a approval that the board presented and that you've approved the plans. At this time, I will be happy to answer any questions or comments that you guys have regarding the new submission of plans.
Are there any questions for Dr. Hernandez? Okay, there being none, can I get a motion to approve this item?
Second.
It's been properly moved in second that we approve the item. Would you please cast your vote? Okay. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Okay, we'll now move to action item D, consider annual approval of DHS Panthers Impact Summer College Tour on July 18th through August 1st, 2026. Presenter Dr. Nix.
President Colt, members of the board, Dr. Gurry, it's always my pleasure to bring for your consideration and approval the opportunity for our students to travel to Ivy League colleges, universities, HBCUs all across the nation. And what that allows us to do is provide students with opportunities that they would not normally have. And so the information is there for you to view the fact that we have opportunities, so many opportunities for our students to visit these colleges. And year after year, we have students who, when they visit these colleges and universities, end up going to these colleges and universities. And the exposure, just the pure exposure to these universities is mind-blowing for our students. In the past, we only included 11th graders. I believe it was one of our trustees that asked for the expansion of that to be 9th, 10th, and 11th, and we have just seen tremendous opportunities for our students. Mr. Kane is here every year because he just wants to make sure that he can speak to, answer whatever questions you may have about the trip itself. But I love every year when I get a text from Mr. Kane, hey, we're headed out, and then I get those updates and those pictures, and when they make it back, just to hear the stories. And of course, he wants to bring so many kids. I can bring a room full of kids to talk about it. So I said, no, we don't. The board knows how amazing this opportunity is. So, board, once again, just a pleasure to bring to you for your consideration of approving the opportunity for our students for this travel. No school days lost all summer. And to be clear, what is different about this trip is there's a flight element. In the past, everything has been traveled by bus. And as you can imagine, that's wonderful. But Mr. Kane talked about just maximizing the time. So traveling there through bus, Coach, you know this so well, traveling through bus, but then ending the trip in Washington and flying back. And so that's the only amendment to years past. So, board, it would be my pleasure to answer any questions that you may have, or specifically, if I could bring Mr. Kane up to answer any questions about that.
Mr. Kane, why don't you come up just so we can give you an opportunity to just say something, because you've put so much time and effort into this.
Good evening, President Colton, board, Dr. Gorey. First of all, happy board appreciation. Happy birthday, right? Obviously, if you can tell by the photos, the beauty of this trip, as Dr. Nix Love put it, is the kids that go. We saw it last year. 3 of the kids that went on this trip end up going to Princeton. Giselle's right there in front of the gates. She's there now. I just talked to her a week ago. She's doing great. Dean student, right? Preston is at Columbia. That's him right there in the back, right at Columbia University.
Playing in the snow tonight.
Playing in the snow. Saw his mom's post. Guys, that's what it's about. We can't expect students, right, to dream big if we don't give them that dream, right? And what I try to do every year is give these students the opportunity to dream big. And, once again, like Dr. Nick said, really the only change on the trip this year, obviously we'll go on our SUVs from Dallas, leave from here, but I really want to try to maximize the many colleges that we visit. So because of that flight back, on a normal trip, we visit anywhere from 18 to 20. This year we were able, because of that flight, to visit 24 campuses. So you're getting an extra, 4 or 5 campuses, 2 a day, right? And then obviously bringing it to the board early, right? That gives us more time as a district to promote, but I know that's one of the things that I've talked to Sophie all about. Well, I didn't even know the trip was happening. So now that I've got it early, right, we can promote the parent meeting at the end of this month. And then also the thing that's most to my heart, it gives parents more time to find the funds to pay for the trip, right? Instead of coming to the board in March or April, and the trip is in July, then it's like, oh, you only have 3 months to come up with the funds. Now they'll have almost 6 months to come up with the funds. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you. Don't play with me. That's one thing I talked to Mr. Colbert today. I'm like, hey, can we send out an email tomorrow morning if the board approves it, trying to find chaperones. One thing that actually was added this year is adding CPE hours, right, for the for the chaperones that go. Like me, we visit, 2 campuses, right, and we take a tour and we sit through an hour presentation on that campus. We should be able to give our, chaperones some CPE hours for visiting those 24 campuses.
Mr. Kane, you are amazing. Thank you so much for what you're doing for our students, because you're right. If they can't get there and see it, they probably will never get there. So thank you. I'm so emotional because I wish there was something like this when I was growing up. We didn't have opportunities or people like you to step up and take charge and say, you know what? No, our students deserve better. So thank you. Thank you, thank you. And I might be on your list for chaperone.
Hey, I do expect you that parent meeting on January 29th. But I think you have a granddaughter at the high school that's a sophomore now and ready to go.
I think this is one of our best programs, and no, I don't want to go with you.
Hey, you spend many a year chaperoning kids.
I'll listen to your stories when you get back.
Yeah. But once again, I know y'all are thanking me, but thank you for continuous support. This is actually year 6 of doing this. So, I mean, it literally started 6 years ago with one student, me and his dad, and then from there, grew to what it is now. And like Dr. Nick said, my dream one day is, and some of y'all know, to be able to get that charter bus and, be able to raise the funds to, take 50 or 60 kids. Because more kids we expose, more kids we allow to dream.
So, I do have a question.
Okay.
It's a wonderful program. Yeah. And thank you very much, for all of, your time and, because it's bigger than a trip. You have to do so much planning, to get them there. We just are seeing the end result, but it's hours and hours and probably weeks of time. But I do have a question regarding the airfare.
Okay.
So you will purchase group airfare on your district credit card?
Well, that's the thing. We don't have a district credit card. So we had the same problem 2 years ago when we took the Amtrak train. We realized that Amtrak isn't a board-approved vendor, and the district doesn't have a credit card that we can say, okay, buy this, right? So what we had to do is I put it on my credit card, and the CTE department, obviously we're raising money throughout, but at that point, they were able to refund me the money. Same thing, I checked with Southwest Airlines already, right? Obviously, they're not an approved vendor, right? The district still doesn't really have a credit card, right, to purchase it. So obviously, I have no problem putting it on my credit card and getting, reimbursed. If that's what we have to do to make the trip work, then that's fine.
I think we can help you with that. Yeah, we can help you with that. We should be able to help in some of the credit card part of that.
Hey,
Yeah.
I have no problem with that.
We'll take care of that part.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was my.
I mean,
way. Yes. Okay, are there any more questions? There being none, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
But just think about it. Wow, how incredible that you're willing to put that on your personal expense card. Ms. K, just publicly, thank you for all that you do for our children every day.
For sure.
Like I said, I thank y'all for y'all's support. Can't do it without you. So, like I said, with one thing, we talk to people in the community, let them know about the trip, let them know about the Pathways to College class senior year. Like I was talking to Mr. Graham earlier, it's all, people perish for lack of knowledge. And more knowledge you have, more exposure you have, right, greater things you can do.
That's true. Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the DHS Panthers Impact Summer College Tour as presented?
So moved.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second, that we approve this item. Are there any further questions, comments, or discussion? There being none, please cast your vote electronically. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you both. Appreciate you. Okay, we will now move to information and discussion items. The first item is academic calendar planning process for 2026-27 school year. Presenter is Dr. Nix.
Board, it's that time of year again where we start to plan for our academic calendar for the next school year. So all I'm providing for you today is an overview, a timeline so that you are aware Of course, we'll be ready to answer any questions that you may have as we start our process. So as you well know, the most important thing for us is voice. Voice from our educators, voice from our community, from our parents, from our students. And our goal ultimately is just to have a quality calendar for our students for the 26-27 school year. So what that means is there are a couple of non-negotiables for a calendar. So for a calendar, we have to adopt a calendar with 75,600 minutes. That equates to about 7.5 hours a day, 440 minutes a day, 168 at least per year. 3 teacher work days, 175 instructional days, and 187 teacher contract days. This is simply a timeline of what this looks like for us as we move forward. Today, of course, we're bringing it to you as an information item. As we move forward tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we are ready to send information to invite committee members. We always have to invite more because not everybody shows up all of the time, and we want good representation. And so we will include, right now, we have a list of over 65 individuals, which includes teachers and principals and parents and students at every level, and just so many stakeholders. And so the first calendar meeting will be February the 3rd, where we start to take a look at our process and vet out all the information. February the 4th to the 9th is when we'll go back and capture all of that information, start to massage all that, bring it together. And then we'll go back to the committee on February the 10th with all of the revised calendars. Then they will give us our feedback. And then from February the 13th through the 28th, we'll, of course, partner with communications, because that information will then go out to our community as a survey. So we usually put that on all of our media, our websites, our posts, working with communications to send out surveys, just so that we can get as much voice as possible to vote on those calendars. And then on March the 23rd, board, we bring that back to you to let you know what our stakeholders have said, to let you know what the overall opinions are of our stakeholders, and then you ultimately approve the calendar or share with us what needs to happen. So that's an overview of our timeline. So as we look at it, and it will be my pleasure to answer any questions that you may have about that timeline.
Are there any questions or comments? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to remind the committee to include the Dallas College.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. We have 3 representatives that we are inviting from Dallas College. And really, I believe it was your recommendation last year that really helped us for the alignment piece.
It was.
So, yeah, absolutely. So great job. And we have 3 of those individuals that we're inviting for this year.
Are there any additional comments? Oh, okay, so I have a request. In light of what we're doing academically, if, I guess, and I don't know how we go about doing it, but I think our calendar needs to reflect our goals, and if there is a way to add additional instructional minutes within the school year, as you know, as long as it aligns with what the superintendent is trying to do, I think that would be a great idea. You know, yeah, so my request would be that we prioritize more instructional minutes. And I know last year, I believe, a schedule was presented that I guess the proposed schedule had less instructional minutes than some of the others. That's not a good thing for us where we are now, and you know the goals that we're trying to achieve. So if you could just keep that at the forefront, we need more instructional time, and then I don't know if the participants, in the discussion are fully aware. I know school staff is, but, some of the other community partners, I don't know if they're fully aware of where we are academically. So if that information could be shared with them in conjunction with us, designing our schedule, I think it would be a good idea.
And one thing I'd like to add, just to appreciate that, even at the administrative level, before we go to the committee, we are looking at even when our breaks are and how we're organizing those to maximize time. Because again, we want to certainly have as much, want our instructional minutes pre-test to be as large as they can be. So
Thank you. Okay. Are there any additional comments or, all right. So can I get a motion? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, thank you. So we will now move to the information discussion, agenda item B, district reconfiguration plan, phase 2.
All right, greetings once again to Madam President Colton, to all trustees, and to Dr. Goree. Seems like I am in between everyone in their bed tonight, so I will try to be as brief as possible. Again, I don't think I did say happy birthday to Dr. Flowers and happy Board Appreciation Week to everyone. Today, I get to present the phase 2 of our Building the Future, Raising Champions plan. And this is a recommended plan that we want you to see tonight and all of our community to see tonight, as we will bring it back to the board on the February 16th board meeting for approval. Before we get into the actual plan, let's review where we've come from. Last year, we did phase 1 of this particular plan. In that phase 1, the goal was to look at these $170 million that the Duncanville community gave to Duncanville ISD to ensure that we renovate, reconfigure, and rezone our district. Some of the renovations that we did last year, or the reason for those renovations, was to ensure that all schools received up-to-date and state-of-the-art areas in those particular schools. Next, we transformed some schools into specialized campuses. And of course, we established our school choice and academies and signature programs. We now understand the difference between those three. We know that our signature programs are programs that belong to that particular campus, and students on that campus attend those programs. Our choice programs are programs where any student in the district can provide their own transportation if they are applied to that particular program. And then finally, our choice schools, of course, are our new schools, which will be our Central Fine Arts that will open next year. It does not have an attendance zone, and it's by application only. So now we do have those because of that phase 1 of this particular plan. Next, in the reconfiguration of the plan, we took all of the elementary campuses and we added 5th grade, that way reducing the number of intermediate campuses, in fact, eliminating the intermediate campuses in our district. We also added 6th grade to our middle school this year and rezoned the entire district to ensure that there are efficiencies in our transportation department and easier ways for our community to get to our schools. All of that was supporting the instructional and fiscal and operational efficiencies of our district. Now, let's look at the renovation updates. Our maintenance and operation team, led by Ms. Zamora, has completed approximately 75% of the renovations that we started back in the fall for these particular campuses. We are well on target to complete all of those campuses before we start next year. You can see the campuses that have been completed. You can look at the renovations that have happened on the campuses, the new flooring, the paint, HVAC replacements, restroom upgrades, and many other items that they have completed. Currently, we have several campuses that are still undergoing renovations, and you can see that it's Smith, Duncanville High School, and Brandenburg. All of those are scheduled to be completed, of course, by July of 2026. Today, we'll talk about a few other future renovations that we look forward to having, which is the Duncanville Community Support Hub and the Mansfield Educational Complex. Our next part is to talk about the recommended reconfiguration plan for Duncanville ISD. We know that this year, Central Elementary is offline. Brandenburg Intermediate will no longer be Brandenburg Intermediate. It's offline as well. And Smith is offline for renovations. Merrifield is currently a pre-K through 5th grade Smith Pace High School is currently that 9th through 12th grade, and we know where it's located, next door to Reed Middle School. And of course, the Summit Educational Center is our DAP. Well, our proposed changes for next year involve, one, taking that number of buildings, which we have 6 there currently, down to 5 buildings. As we look at efficiencies, we want to ensure that we're saving money in several different ways going into next year. First of all, things that will not take board approval have already been approved. We look at Central Fine Arts Academy that will open next year. Also, Smith Early Learning Academy, the pre-K3 campus, that's 3-year-olds, not 3rd grade, will open next year as well, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the future. Brandenburg Elementary is our first new campus that will open next year, which is a pre-K 4 through 5th grade. The Maryfield Education Complex, which will involve taking the Mary E. Smithy Pace building and the Summit building and putting them on one campus, which is our new Maryfield Education Complex. And we'll talk about how that will happen. Next, the Duncanville ISD Community Support Hub is at the old Pace campus. Since we're moving the Pace High School to the Maryfield campus, that building became open, and we want to form our new Duncanville Community Support Hub. And finally there you have that the Summit building right now will be offline for future repurpose. Now let's talk about each one of these individually. Again, the first campus you've heard several times. This has been approved. And this campus will open next year as Central Fine Arts Academy. It will open as a K through 5, kindergarten through 5th grade campus next year, with the plan to add a grade level each year, 6th through 8th, for it to become a kindergarten through 8th grade campus in 3 years. This building has been renovated and updated with all of the fine arts themes, state-of-the-art fine arts theme. The school is by application and has no attendance zone. And again, it is one of 2 current choice campuses on our district. Collegiate High School is our other choice campus. Transportation will be provided for all in-district students to Central Fine Arts Academy. Again, that will open next fall. The next campus is our new Smith Early Learning Academy. Again, this campus will open next year, and it will be a pre-K 3 campus with 18 new classrooms. You can see that in those 18 new classrooms, you have the experiential learning environment. And when you have that, you have the themes that each room will show. These are some of the themes that each room will show, from the farmer's market, the zoo animals, the plants, the community, the space, and transportation. A few board meetings ago, they went through, Ms. Zamora and the team went through and showed how each one of these rooms will look. The renderings looks very nice, and we're looking forward to filling those rooms with our wonderful 3-year-old students. Now let's get to the new items that are coming to phase 2 of this Building the Futures plan. First is the new Brandenburg Elementary. Brandenburg Elementary will be formed by simply taking all of the Maryfield students and staff and moving them to the Brandenburg. We will rezone the entire Maryfield zone to the Brandenburg Elementary. Why are we doing that? Maryfield is one of our older and smaller campuses, and now these students will get a state-of-the-art campus, a newer campus, and also that particular area in our district is one of the fastest growing, is one of the only growing parts of our district. In fact, if we look at the demographic report from last semester that Zonder presented, you'll know that we only have 2 areas in the district that's growing. When we look at the enrollment numbers, we look at the number of students that did not return to Duncanville, and most of them came from that area around Brandenburg, which was closed last year. So it's very important that we ensure that a campus is open in the very east portion of our district, the part of the district that is growing. Currently, we will have a signature program called the Collegiate Academy at this particular campus, with future planning for this to become a full collegiate school with with the attendance zone, with no attendance zone and application. The next new complex is our Maryfield Education Complex that will house both the Mary E. Smithy Pace High School and the Summit Educational Complex. One of the major goals is to ensure that we optimize staffing through campus consolidations. Both of those are very small campuses, and in order to support a campus that has a small number of kids, we have to ensure that we had both campuses together. Now, some of that staff can be shared. Students will have access to a full cafeteria and a gym. Today, I presented this information to the Summit, and it was presented to PACE, and they were excited about the opportunities that they'll have now that they'll have gym and a cafeteria for those particular students. The renovations will include separate wings. The wings on the east side will be for Summit. The wing on the west side will be for the PACE campus. There'll be separate wings with separate entrances, and we'll have the glass store dividers on the campus that students and staff will have to badge in order to move throughout the building. So it will be completely separated by those particular dividers at the campus. Next, I'm very happy to announce that the current PACE building will be transformed into our new Duncanville ISD Community Support Hub. And this will allow our community to, first of all, have a one-stop attendance enrollment facility. Right now, if you have a student in Duncanville ISD and you have multiple students, you have to go to multiple campuses to enroll that particular child. We also have normally a large number of parents that wait until the end of to the first 3 days of school to enroll. Our goal now, if we have this enrollment center throughout, parents can come enroll their students and also get one-on-one support for help with enrolling their students throughout the year, which could eliminate some of that large number of parents we have at the beginning of the year. And it also definitely helps them when they have multiple students going to multiple campuses. Next, you'll also have the family and community support, such as the food pantry that's currently at Maryfield. This will give the food pantry a larger area, more privacy for our patrons, and just a store-like feel when you come in. That's the plan for the pantry at the Duncanville ISD Community Support Hub. We'll also have specialized district services. When a student enrolls, if they need SPED services, if they need bilingual help, if they need counseling support, all of those things will be right on hand, and we can give that parent the supports they need as they enroll, which will eliminate some of the time that students are out of school. And finally, for the future for this particular program, we would like to add a school-based health clinic to this area. This will provide wellness visits for our employees for a minimal price, possibly partner with health service students to allow them to rotate and help in the clinic, immunizations and routine sick visits for our students, and possibly a low-cost pharmacy. All of these things are being worked on as we try to negotiate with several different providers to try to get them to participate in this particular health clinic. Now, this will not open at the beginning of the year. This Duncanville Support Hub will open in January of 2027. Finally, what does the timeline for these items look like? Today, we did meet with all the campus staff that will be impacted by this particular change. The initial communication and next steps, again, are being presented to our board tonight. And tomorrow, we will hold our naming committee meeting for the campuses that are impacted, such as the Maryfield Educational Complex and the Duncanville ISD Community Support Hub. Both of those are recommended names for those, and again, they'll go through the naming committee starting on tomorrow. In February, we'll look at our community meetings. We have 2 of them scheduled for next month. We'll look at finalizing the rezoning boundaries. Again, we're looking at the facility usage in February as well, so we can have everything prepared for you for final approval on February 16th, 2026. After that board meeting, we will mail out notification letters to all impacted families, and of course, launch our district-wide communication campaign in March. At this time, I will accept questions that you have.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Graham. We appreciate it. And we look forward to receiving additional information at the next couple of board meetings. Okay, thanks. Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Good night.
And again, happy School Board Appreciation Month. And make sure if you have time to check out the beautiful posters.
Yeah, they are beautiful. Thank you all.